have your books out, go to page 258, 259. Here in class, we have some that are making up a quiz that they missed from a couple weeks ago. They were gone on a Friday there, and so since we didn't really have class yesterday or last week, they're making it up now. And in 258, 259, you need your book out. It's got questions, and then it gives you some passages to look up in the book of Romans. You're going to look those up and answer what you believe that should be there. So you guys work on that. Your classmates here are working on that or taking a quiz. So make sure that you are working on page 258, 259. Okay? I think most of these should be pretty easy to fill in. Shouldn't take you too long. Guys, do make sure I want everybody working on your Bible book right there, okay? So those of you that have your Bible book open but not your Bible, you're not doing it. Alright, so make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing right now. Mike, you have your mask? Okay, you need to go get one. Make sure of that before class starts. Guys, if during this time, I've tried like 3 times to sort of warn generally that I want you working on your Bible book work. If you are going to continue to work on your field notes, then I will take those field notes and I'll give you another piece of paper with nothing on it so you start all over again. It's probably best right now that you just listen and do what you're being asked to do. Those of you taking your quiz, if you are done, just flip up your hand. I can come collect that from you. That way you, and as soon as I've collected that, please go ahead and start working on your book work, please. Thank you. Quick reminder as you are sitting there, continue working. I'm just going to remind you, this week you have your field notes, which are due on Friday. You have a verse quiz on Friday, Romans 5:8. We'll go ahead. I'm sorry, I know I told you we'll go over that verse today. We'll go over that tomorrow just because we do have these quizzes going on right now. So Romans 5:8 will be your verse, and that again is on Friday. So Friday will be your day for all of your grades, as we talked about yesterday. 5 more grades. unless you're turning in a quiz to me right now, online you should be able to go, and that has your up-to-date grades. Okay, your up-to-date grades are online. So unless you're passing it in to me right now, of course I do not have those graded, but everything was put in there. I'm going to pass those back tomorrow. I didn't want to do that with quizzes out right now, because some of them have like the bonus, the same bonus, different things like that. You are doing 258 and 259. You working hard here, Johnny? You working hard? Well, I said 258 and 259, right? All right, everyone take your books, turn to page 257 really quick. I've got a couple to give you there, and then we'll go into what you guys just put down. If you are still taking your quiz, that is fine. Just continue that, and in just a moment, or when you're done, just bring that up to me. Let's do that. When you're done, bring that up to me, okay? The rest of you, you are on page 257. We're looking at Romans 1. Romans 1 says that all men stand guilty before God because of something called natural revelation. And what that means is just naturally you can look out there and see there must be a creator. There's natural, there's special revelation, and we won't get into a lot of that. Natural revelation, here's what that means. I look out there and I see somebody had to have created this. Somebody had to have done this. Just like, let's say you are, anyone ever gone, what's it called? With a metal detector? Like on the beach or something like that, or tried to find something? Oh, a few of you have. You guys ever found anything exciting? What's the best thing you found? A cheap watch, okay? What about you? Oh, wow, okay, okay. So let's take either one of these. Let's go with the cheap watch, okay? Where'd you find it at? Okay, Long Beach. So you had the metal detector. How deep was it? Okay, okay. So you had the metal detector, picked it up. You dug it up, brought it out there, looked at the watch. Now, what natural revelation is, it told him somebody had to have made this watch, right? I mean, you look at the watch and you're like, somebody had to have made this watch. You didn't just say, were you right on the beach, or were you? Yeah, so you didn't just look at that watch and say, hey, the tide brought this in and then it's been buried and it's been sitting here. And no, you looked at that and you said somebody had to have made this watch. That's natural revelation. Now, I don't know what the watch looked like. Maybe on the watch you were able to flip it over, and special revelation would be saying maybe it has the name of the company that made that watch, or it had some information on that watch. That's special revelation. It gives you more, something that you would not know on your own. It gives that to you. Here's what the Bible talks about. There's natural revelation, where we look at this world and we say somebody had to create it. Special revelation is where we learn who did that. The greatest form of special revelation we have is God's Word, which tells us how all of this came to be. So those are the two terms. You may hear those from time to time, so I want to make sure that you sort of understood that. And Romans 1 is talking about natural revelation. They exchanged God's glory for images of men and animals, exchanged the truth of God for a lie, and served created things rather than the Creator. They exchanged natural sexual relations for unnatural relations, meaning they became homosexuals. Romans 1 is very clear, calling out that homosexuality is sin. Some people today, and there are some people that would say they are Christian denominations, that they say this is not sin. Now, let me say this. Homosexuality is sin. There are many other sexual sins listed in the Bible. Having sex outside of marriage, that is a sin. So we see that there are sins. This is not like the one sin that is worse than any other sin. But it is still sin. And Romans 1 is very, very clear on the fact that homosexuality is sin. Those that would argue that it is not sin, you can go to Romans. There's passage in Corinthians. There's different places where you can go and you say, well, what does this mean? And Romans lists a lot, we won't take time to read it, but it lists a lot of things there that everybody would say would be sin. And even to go back to Leviticus, where people are like, hey, well, Leviticus says it's sin, but that's the law. But you know the section that it's found in? It's a section dealing with sexual sins. Do you know every single one of those sins, besides homosexuality, everybody would say that is still sin? Nobody would disagree with that. But this one is the one they're saying, well, that's part of the law, so it no longer, it's no longer sin. But even if somebody wants to say that, you would take them to Romans 1 and say, well, what does this mean? And so we see, and by the way, here's an important thing. It may not be politically correct, or society may not like it, but it's not my goal to match up with society. Whatever God's word says, that's the truth, and that's what I must stick with, whether I like it, whether I would want it to be something else or not. And that's in many different areas. They became filled with unrighteousness. Now you guys worked on the plan of salvation. First, let's get justified. To declare righteous, to put in a right relationship with God. To declare righteous, to put in a right relationship with God. We're going to see this idea of justified. Romans is one of the best books talking about salvation. It gives our position. It gives what God did. And then it says this is what you can do to be justified. Now, another definition of justified, maybe you've heard this, justified is just as if I never sinned. Now, why is that important? Because for me to be in a right relationship with God, there cannot be sin in my life. Bible says if I regard iniquity in my heart, then God will not hear me. So how can me, who I'm a sinner, you're a sinner, how can I ever stand before God as justified because I am a sinner? I can't, because of what Christ did. And that's what Romans is going to go. Maybe sometimes, you guys ever heard of the phrase, the Romans Road? Anyone ever heard of that before? Romans Road are just different verses that you go through Romans. And again, what it starts out with is showing you who you are. Romans 1, 2, and 3. Romans 1 says that all men are guilty before God. Romans 2 talks about how religious people stand before God guilty. And Romans 3 focuses again on the fact that all men are guilty before God. Because this is something important. It's not that I'm not that bad and I just need a little bit of extra help to have that right relationship with God. Sometimes that's what we think. I'm not really that bad, I'm a sinner. And my sin, you guys had this right here, our need. We need to be made right with God because we have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And so you've got this this picture here. Well, let me give you, here, let me put that in. Hopefully this is what you guys had down. But sinned and come short of the glory of God. And that's from Romans 3:23. Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Just basically took that verse. What's the idea behind this? The idea behind this, and this is one of my favorite illustrations to use when explaining this to somebody, is sort of that picture that you have there in your book. The idea of trying to jump across a Great Gulf. Now, this doesn't look that big. Let's just say let's say we're at the Grand Canyon. How many of you guys been to the Grand Canyon? I don't know if I've used this illustration here, but I think it's the easiest one for me to understand. If we're at the Grand Canyon, we're all there on a field trip. Wouldn't that be fun? And we're going to camp out at the Grand Canyon. You guys all have your tents. We're going to camp there. How many of you guys like camping? Like the roughing it camping, not like the having the RV with the TV and all that stuff in there. We're talking like the roughing it camping. So we're roughing it camping. We're sitting out by the fire one night, okay? And we're sitting out by the fire, and we're right there at the rim of the canyon, and somebody in this room. Now, I'm going to give you the idea. I want you to tell me who you think would come up with this idea. As we're sitting there by the Grand Canyon, somebody in our group says, hey, let's try to jump across the canyon. Why would it be Cody? Cody, do you think you would come up with this idea? No, he's much... See, okay, all right. Well, thank you for clarifying that for us, all right? But let's say, okay, somebody's like that, let's jump across the Grand Canyon. Now, here's even worse. We all agree, okay? We all agree, and we're like, hey, that'll be awesome. Let's do it. And we go and we jump across the Grand Canyon. Now, I don't know who in this room could jump the furthest. Who thinks they would be able to jump the furthest? All right, Cody's jumping the furthest. Let's see here. Who thinks they would jump not very far at all? Anybody? Okay, a few of you, like, you're basically just stepping off and going down. Now, if we brought an Olympic long jump champion, I believe, I'd have to look at this, Olympic long jump champion, I believe it's like 20 feet or something like that. Let me see. Let me bring this up, because I may be wrong. So let me put this in, if I can spell correctly. Olympic long jump record is 29 feet. Wow. 29 feet. That was achieved in 1991. For the ladies, it is 24 feet 8 inches. 24 feet 8 inches. So let's say somehow these people were there with us and they're jumping across. Now, these are world records that... Let's be honest, you'd probably have to take 3 or 4 of us and put our number together to get to theirs, right? I mean, we're not getting there just on our own. Would it matter if you jumped 1 foot away from the canyon, 5 feet, or 29 feet? Would it matter? No matter where you jumped, you know where you're ending up? The exact same spot. It doesn't matter if you went further than anybody else. It doesn't matter if that Olympic long jump champion comes there and they do it and they're like, well, I was so much better than everybody else. It doesn't matter. They wouldn't reach the other side. And that's the same thing that happened with people when they say, well, I'm a pretty good person, so I think I'm going to get to heaven that way. Well, the problem is pretty good is not the measuring stick. Perfect is the measuring stick. And you may be more moral than anybody else. You may do so much good for everybody, like the Olympic long jump champion. There may be some people that they're just, of course, they deserve to go there because, I mean, it's like the person that jumps like a foot away from the canyon. They didn't even try. They're going to end up the same spot. This is what being moral gets us. Nowhere. You may feel like you're going further than everybody else, but you don't achieve your goal. And that is what Romans 3:23 is all about. We've all come short. So man had a need to have that relationship with God. There was no way for man to have that relationship with God. I've never seen this picture with sharks underneath. I mean, that's even worse. It's bad enough that you're going to die, but now you're going to get eaten by sharks. I guess, though, does it really matter if you die? I mean, you're dead. Does it matter if the sharks eat you? I don't know. But that is that there. Now, God's answer was to make a way for you to get to heaven. How did he do this? Romans 3:25. To bring us back to himself, God presented Jesus as a propitiation for our sins. Big word we don't really use. Propitiation for our sins. Make sure you have that written in there. Here's what the idea before this. He was a payment for my sins. Jesus came and took the place of my punishment. That is why he came. And because he came and he did that, now I can have access to God, but it is only through Jesus Christ that I have access with God. It's not my own. You know, if we were going to go across the Grand Canyon, I've never been there. I don't believe Is there's not like a bridge that'll take you across there, is there? I don't think there is. But let's just say, how many of you have ever been on a bridge where it's been a little scary? You guys ever done that before, where it's like, I precarious. What's that? Horton Hears a Who. You guys know that movie? When the elephant goes on that bridge, that's a little precarious there and about to, go down. When you're on a bridge, just think about this. Next time you're driving somewhere with your parents or whoever, especially on the freeway here. You guys ever seen those, like, you'll go up and you're up over like 3 lanes of track, or you're up, all the freeways, how they go. It's pretty crazy. Now, here's what I think about when I'm on those. I don't know why. What happens if an earthquake happens right now? I'm falling down. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You know what we don't think about? When you're on a bridge like that, what are you trusting in? The bridge. I mean, think about it. If something happens to that bridge, there's not a lot you can do. We used to, growing up, we had trains, a lot of trains in our neighborhood, a lot of train tracks, and you would have these train trellises, what we would call them. You would walk across, and underneath there would be like a creek or something like that, and some of those could be very high off the ground. And so you had to be very careful, though, and actually probably wasn't very smart, but if you were going to go across those, you had to make sure there was not a train that was near, because if somehow you were there wasn't a lot of room there. And if you were on the track and the train was coming, I mean, I guess you would jump, but the chances of making that were not very great. But if you were in the middle of that, all of your faith was in that bridge. There's nothing you could do. The bridge goes down, you're going down. That's what faith in Jesus Christ means. And so what we have been justified through faith. We have peace with God through Jesus Christ. We have been justified through faith. My faith is in Him. It is not in myself. It is not Him plus something else. It is just in Jesus Christ alone. And because of that faith, I can have peace with God. But what is the object of my faith? Because the object of your faith matters. You can have faith, but your faith has to be based on something. Cody could have discovered this watch, and he could have faith that this watch was, let's see, who is somebody famous that would be in Long Beach? Let's throw out somebody famous. Who give me a famous person. Nobody. What's that? What is it? The Rock. Okay, there you go. The Rock. We could. What's his name? Dwayne Johnson. We could say, he could discover this, and he could come back to school and say, listen, this is the Rock's watch. This is Dwayne Johnson's rock. How do you know? Because I found it next to a rock. And that is how I know that it is his watch. There is no doubt that it's his watch. Now, if he was to explain that to you, how many of you would be like, wow, you really found his watch? No, you'd be like, well, you found it next to a rock. How does that make it his watch, you would, now, listen, would it matter if he really believed it? To him, all right? To him, it would maybe matter. But to us, we'd be like, Cody, it's not his watch. Here's the thing. Just because you really believe something does not make it true. You could really believe that you are the greatest basketball player in the history of the world. You could sincerely believe that. Does it make it true? No, it doesn't make it true. Your faith must be in. To have faith matters, but the object of your faith is what is important. What are you placing your faith in? And so this idea that as long as you have faith, you're fine, well, that's not true, because it matters what the object of your faith is in. Then it finishes up God's love right here. Oh, there we go. At just the right time, when we were without strength, Christ died for the ungodly. That's in Romans chapter 5, verse number 6. We're going to look at that a little bit more tomorrow. Romans 5, 6. Christ died for me when I needed it. Why? Because he showed his love to us. While we were yet sinners. Listen, Jesus did not die for us when we were good people. Jesus did not die for us because we were good people. He died for us because we were sinners that needed a Savior. And so when he died, the reason he died is because remember that Grand Canyon-sized gulf between us and our relationship with God. There's no way for me to have that relationship with God. And so he came and said, I will pay the penalty for their sin so that they can have that relationship with God. So while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. A believer is united with Jesus Christ in his death, burial, and resurrection. And this we find in Romans 6, 3 through 5. Because we are buried with him and raised to walk in newness of life. Many times, maybe you've been baptized before, and many times the person that is baptizing, because that is a picture of that. Buried with him, raised to walk in newness of life. Many people will say something similar to that while they are baptizing somebody. That's all they mean, is that my sin now is buried and now I'm different because of what Jesus Christ did for me. So what does being dead to sin actually mean? Because that's what Romans is such a great theological book. And there's so much in this book, and we're just barely touching some of the truths here. But let me go through some of those things. Oh, maybe it's just the clicker that doesn't work. There we go. Being dead to sin means we do not let sin reign in our bodies. What does that mean? Sin no longer is in control of me. Now, so many people are like, well, sin was never in control of me. Yeah. Romans 7 talks about Paul, who Paul, many people would say, is one of the greatest Christians to ever live. Paul says something that I think all of us feel from time to time. God, the things that I don't want to do, those are the things I'm doing. The things I want to do, as far as for you, have that relationship with you, I'm not doing those. And basically, Romans chapter 7 is all about defeat. In my Bible, right over Romans 7, it says defeat. And what I've done in that passage is I've also taken some time to underline different words in that passage. And maybe tomorrow we'll look at this. But we no longer need to be, sin no longer controls me. We do not yield the members of our body to the instruments of unrighteousness. What does this mean? I no longer am going down that path. Why? Because sin does not have dominion. Sin does not control me. I'm no longer the slave of sin. Here's what I've seen happen so many times in Christian. The moment you're saved, you're no longer under the bondage of sin. So it's like you're tied up. And the moment you're saved, whatever it's being, the rope, the handcuffs, they're off of you. And you were tied up in a chair, and that moment you're saved, you now are free to go. But so many times I've seen people just sit in the chair. They're free to go. They no longer have to live a life like that, but they sit in the chair and they don't change their lives. That's a problem. Sin no longer has dominion over us. So with all of that going on, what does being alive to God mean? We yield ourselves to God. What does yield mean? How many of you guys have seen a sign? Well, all of you will learn what this sign means in a few years as you prepare for your driver's test. What does the yield sign in traffic mean? Anybody know what that means? You'll see that different place. What does yield mean? What's that? Slow down is one of the things you'll do, because what you have is two lanes of traffic are sort of coming together, and they're encouraging you, one of you has to yield. Because if neither one of you yields, you're running into each other. And so yielding to God means I'm going to give him the right of way in my life. All right? We will continue going over that tomorrow. If you would like to, maybe tomorrow, Cody, do you mind bringing in the watch that is the rocks? And then we can all sort of just... You sold it to a pawn shop for how much? Did you tell them that it
Okay, good morning DLs, good morning class. We're going to finish our lesson 133 and then I will give you a few minutes to look over your study guide and then we'll take our quiz 30, and then after we do our quiz we'll come back and work on lesson 134. Okay, so we're on page 7 of your notes, number 8 at the top of the page. Excuse me. Seriously. Okay, we'll do this again. Okay, Mars land features. Well, this is why the planet of Mars is called the red planet. It's because it has all this red dust all over the place. Okay, its land features is just all kind of a red colored dust. And it looks just like a desert. Okay. Okay. Letter B. Tharsis Bulge. This is an immense plateau on its surface. Okay. Letter C. Probably the most familiar one, or the most well, we'll just stay with the word familiar, is Olympus Mons, or Olympus, Mount Olympus. It's the largest volcano in the solar system. Um, that's a good question. I'm not really sure. Kind of looks like just one big zit on the right picture. Okay. Okay. Letter D. Pronounce that valet, right? You don't. The S isn't pronounced, right? Marineris. Okay. This is the valley of 25,000 miles, basically from Los Angeles to New York. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Okay. Letter E. And then it also has the polar ice caps. Thin layer of dry ice. No moisture. Frozen carbon dioxide is dry ice. White colored mountains that stand out against the red sand. Okay. So your polar caps. Okay. Now, since we are now finishing lesson 133, tonight's homework for sure is 10.2. Okay. And we are going to take the quiz 30 today. Okay. So DLs, I'm just going to interrupt real quick for a little bit and let you study your guide and then take your quiz. And then when we're done with the quiz in here, we'll come back online and continue on with lesson 134. Okay. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay. Okay. Deals, we're back live. Hopefully you get your quiz done. Get it to me. Okay? Shh. Class, quiet down please. Let's see what we can finish here. Okay. There is a new lesson, so we have... Oh, man. I hate this. There we go. So what is the phenomenon? A little bit of review before we go on. What is the phenomenon that occurs when a new moon moves directly between the Earth and the Sun and blocks part of the Sun from our view? Solar eclipse. What is the phenomenon that, ladies? What's the yeah? That is a yeah. What is the phenomenon that occurs when the full moon passes through the Earth's shadow and the moon darkens because it can no longer reflect the sun's light? The lunar eclipse. What is the red planet? Okay. What are the two moons of Mars? Phobos and Deimos. What are the largest known mountains? What is the largest known mountain in solar system? Olympus Mons. Okay, so starting up with the outer planets. The outer planets. And if you have a Eastern accent, it's the outer planets. Okay. Okay. My clicker isn't working. Oh, there it goes. It wasn't working earlier. Here they are. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. They are called the gas giants. Okay. I understand. Hey, I understand that this is always a laughing situation. I always know that it's always a humorous issue. But let's rise above the issue. Let's mature through this chapter at least, this section, okay? And whenever you hear that word, you don't need to make a snickering remark, okay? You can hold your thoughts in your brain, okay? You don't have to show your thoughts with your smile, your laughter, or with your voice, okay? Let's just get through it. We know how you pronounce it. Yes, it sounds like it. We can move on. We can be mature. Okay? Yes, Destiny. Okay? Okay. Number 2. So, by definition, a gas giant is just a planet that are made primarily of gases and much larger than the Earth. Okay? They do, but it's not that type of a surface. Okay? Actually, honestly don't know because, well, hang on to that thought. Hang on to that thought. See if we can answer it as we go through, okay? Go. Okay, number 3. So, first of all, Jupiter, okay, our first planet. Jupiter's the 5th planet from the sun. So you have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, okay? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and Jupiter. Okay? Number 2, It is obviously the largest planet in our solar system. Number 3, the orbit. It takes 4,331 days to go around the sun. On its axis, letter B. Did everybody get A? It rotates on its axis. It takes 9 hours and 56 minutes. Okay? So it is a relatively fast spinning planet, which brings us back to Earth. Okay? And if this is taking 9 hours, 56 minutes, so basically 10 hours to rotate once, and Earth takes 24 hours, give or take minutes, okay, in seconds. If Earth was moving, spinning like this, then we would have a tendency to not be able to stay in one place, okay, because of that spinning. We would constantly be on a dizzy aspect because we would be spinning a whole lot faster, okay. Another reason why God made Earth the only habitable, is that the right word? Habitable, yeah, planet for man, for life. So Jupiter has the fastest rotation. Now you would say, well, isn't Mercury the fastest planet? Yes, the fastest one to go around the sun. Okay, but Jupiter has the fastest rotation of its own on its own axis. Okay, which causes the planet itself to bulge in the middle. Because when you have more spinning things, they have a tendency to spread out. Gravity, the force, has a tendency to push down on the two poles. Okay. Letter number 4. It consists of hydrogen, helium, and several other minor gases. Okay. Now, Jose, when we call them the gas planets, we're talking about their atmosphere. Okay. More so than surface. Okay. Put them away. And not in your mouth. Yeah, good thought. Put them on that side. Okay. Little beaver over here would probably be eating them. Okay. 5. Jupiter's appearance. It has a striped appearance. Okay. Because of its brown, yellow, orange, red, and white clouds. See how fast it's spinning? Huh? Okay, everybody done with A? Letter B. Its dark stripes are what are called its belts. I asked if you're ready, and no one said no. You did not. Red, yellow, orange, and red. Or brown, yellow, orange, and red. Okay. Okay, the dark stripes are called belts. The light ones are called zones. How do you recognize, besides its size, Jupiter? Red spot. The big red spot. Okay? It's the largest known storm in the solar system. So if it is always recognizable, that means the storm is always going on. Interesting, huh? Looks like an egg frying. Yeah. Letter E. Voyager 1 was the spacecraft that located the rings of Saturn or Jupiter. Okay. Normally you don't see these. We don't talk about these rings, but there are rings out there. Okay. Around its equator. Okay. Its moons, called Galilean satellites. There are 4 of them. Io. Okay. We'll touch this on letter B, but Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto are the 4 Galilean satellites. Okay. Now, obviously, it was named after this gentleman, Galileo. They were named after him. And here they are. First of all, Ganymede. It's the largest moon of the solar system. Ready? Number 2, Callisto. I always call it Callisto, but there's no R there. Callisto, the most volcanically active body in the solar system. Doesn't mean it has the largest, just means it's the most active one. Callisto. And then you have Io and Europa. See? Io. Okay, that's Jupiter. Okay. Let's add Saturn to our list. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, number 6. Okay? 6th planet from the sun. Jose? Yeah. Okay, number 2. It's the 2nd largest planet. And what is letter C, number 3? What is Saturn known for? Its rings. Okay? So see, Jaden, you and Saturn have something in common. Rings. Okay? You and Chase, same thing. Well, she's always looking for the rings, looking for a ring, I should say, not the rings. Okay, but listen, it's a little too early to start looking for rings. Okay, so chill for a while. Okay, chill for about your 8th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, right? You're, okay, so you still got 5, 6, 7, 5, 9 years to go before, so you got plenty of time. Okay, yeah. No, I'm just saying, by the time you get out of high school and then college, then see, that's the right timing. Not in early, yeah. So nothing negative. I wasn't saying anything negative. John, you want to get involved with this? Okay. I thought that's what you were raising your hand for. Huh? What? True snow? What? No. No. Okay. Number 4. It was named after the god of agriculture, who was associated with time. Actually, he's pretty cool right now. Cool as stone. Okay. Number 5. Saturn's orbit. It takes 10,747 days to orbit the sun. About 29 and a half years. Letter B. Okay. On its axis, it rotates 10 hours and 39 minutes. Okay. Just right behind Jupiter. Yeah. Letter C, yes. What happened if what? I'm sorry. The rings would break? Well, in order for there, and I don't, in order to do what you're thinking, there would have to be a huge meteor come through at the right angle and disrupt the ring, okay, flow. But that would probably be for only a little while, because as it's spinning, those rock particles that are out there would probably fill in that gap as it spins. Okay, but that's probably, and that's speculation. Okay. Now, its atmosphere is composed of hydrogen and helium. Again, reason why it's called one of the gas giants. Shh. Okay, girls. Number 7. Its appearance is yellow and brown. And I feel bad that we are finishing the year up with all this, because I always have a project for you to build a solar system. We just didn't have time to do that. So I apologize. Maybe we'll pick that up sometime. Number 8. Its average temperature is above the clouds is a negative 285 degrees, and increases slower to the surface. Okay? It's majorly cold. Number 9. Distinguishing feature, the system of rings. So that would be almost like, probably didn't have to put that there, but that, because you got that number 3. Saturn's moons, number 10. Enceladus. Iapetus. Mimasu, Phoebe, and Titan. The 2 that you normally would know about is Phoebe and Titan. That's the ones that usually get talked about. Now, this picture shows a whole lot more but these are the ones, the more prominent ones that your book talks about. Okay? Titan is going to be talked about because it's largest of Saturn's moons. Okay? You ready for a closer look? Okay, for a closer look. Now, they were named after the moons, the rings that were, excuse me, the moons were named after him because he's the one that discovered Saturn. He saw that Saturn looks like a set of three heavenly bodies. Okay, mainly because of that and the rings and the moons. Okay, yes, sir. Okay, number two, this gentleman, Christian Huygens. He discovered that Saturn is surrounded by those thick, solid rings that orbit about the equator and does not touch its planets. Okay, so between him and Galileo, we now know all about Saturn. Okay? Okay. Reading pages 302 to 305, activity 10A. So I'm going to add that to your homework. Activity 10A. Okay? A lot of you have already gotten these done. Great job. If you haven't, you need to get things done. Keep in mind that, quiet. Keep in mind that next Friday is the end of the grading period, basically. It is also the last day that any makeup work can be turned in. Okay? We have to get your grades done. So next Friday is the cutoff day. If it's not in by 3 o'clock next Friday, it's going to be a 0. Okay? So, DLs, thank you. Jezreel, I will send you a copy of Quiz 30. And Emily probably will do the same thing with you also. So, okay? So, hopefully I'll try and get that done today. Okay? Okay. DLs, that's going to conclude today. So, we'll see you tomorrow.
So tonight for homework for vocab is 6 through 10. Make sure that your words 1 through 5 twice is turned in from list 25. But yeah, like I said, our final next week is on Tuesday for vocab, list 24, 25. Thursday is your lit final, your literature final over units 10 and 11. And then Wednesday will be your grammar final, May 26th, but I'm not quite sure what that is over just yet. All that's going to be on, I know adjective is going to be on there, but I'll let you know exactly what's going to be on there tomorrow, but that will be on Wednesday. Okay, so Tuesday is vocab, Wednesday is grammar, Thursday is literature. And then I don't have anything for Friday, but I do wanted to plan something for the last full day of school. So how about we do breakfast on Friday? Is that cool? No one wants to do breakfast on Friday in class? All right. It's everyone's just I don't think anyone wants to do breakfast. We don't have to do breakfast. Or at least brunch, since it'll be around 10. But that'll be Friday. So study hard. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to hit the ground running with our exams. And then Friday in my class will be kind of like a celebration kind of class hour that we did. Okay? So that'll be on next week. Let's go ahead and take out our grammar. Remember to finish the story for those of you who are gone. Joey and Cody. Joey and Cody. Cody, turn around. Okay. I wasn't even trying to catch you doing something wrong, and I just did. Okay. So, I don't even remember what I was saying. Grammar. Oh, yes. For those of you, literature, make sure you finish The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Okay, that'll be tomorrow. Quiz tomorrow. Okay? Huh? How could you make it up on Wednesday or on Thursday when you'll be here tomorrow? Well, today you have tonight, or you have tonight. Okay? So you know that there's a quiz tomorrow, so you read it. Okay? So reading quiz is tomorrow over The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. So no, obviously literature discussion today, but make sure you finish that story. But let's turn to page 182 in the grammar book. For those of you who haven't turned in your worksheet from yesterday, make sure you turn that in today, okay? That was homework last night. Page 182 in the grammar book, talking about finishing out adjectives. Almost done with those. But let's use adjectives correctly, okay? Have we gone over this yet? The positive, superlative, comparative degree yet? Okay, so just review of that. What page is that on the blue book? 224 in the blue book. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, so there are 3 degrees of comparison. Class, let's say them together. Positive, comparative, superlative. Okay, so with the positive degree, how many comparison is expressed, class? None. Okay, or one is being stated but not compared to something else. So that's positive. Okay, that book was good. Okay. Second degree of comparison, when 2 items are being compared, what is that degree, class? Comparative, okay? That book was better than the other book, okay? So there's 2 things there. The last degree of comparison, 3 or more items, class? Superlative. This book was the best out of all the books that I have ever read, okay? So anything more, 2 or 3 or more items are being compared. So that is using adjectives correctly. What are the what's it called? Exercises have we gone over with this yet? We did A, B, and C. Right? A, B, and C. Are those done? Okay, let's do exercise C together. For those of you in the blue book, it's exercise D. Okay? On page 225. Let's go ahead and start that. It's going to give you an adjective at the end of the sentence. You need to determine the degree of comparison there. Is that already done? I think I gave that to you when I was checking homework. All right. Did we go over it already? Tyler's just like, okay, well, let's go over it one more time, okay? Today is the blank day to serve the Lord for those of you in the blue book. Best day, okay? Today's weather is blank than yesterday's. Better. Queen Elizabeth II and Queen Victoria are two of the blank reigning monarchs in British history. Longest. Achilles was the blank Greek warrior in the Trojan War. Most famous, not famousest. Okay. Number 3, you should strive to be blank today than you were yesterday. More diligent. Riley is a blank worker than Maya. More diligent. Diamonds are generally blank than pearls. More valuable. It is blank to give than to receive. Better. Psalm says that the law of the Lord is blank than a honeycomb. Sweeter. A Christian living in God's will is the blank person on earth. Happiest. Number 6, the new mother appeared to be the blank person on earth. Of Priscilla and Leah and Meg, Leah has the blank GPA. Highest GPA. Esther was one of the blank women of the Bible. Most courageous. Platinum is even blank than gold. More valuable. The law of the Lord is blank than honey in the honeycomb. Sweeter. Monaco and San Marino are two of the blank countries in the world. Class. Smallest. Good. Okay, turn the page. Avoiding double comparison. Did we already go over this? Okay, just briefly, okay, avoid double comparison. This is where you wouldn't say more better or more worser or more prettier, okay? So use one or the other, okay? With positive comparison, okay, I don't need to add any suffixes or a word before it, but with comparative degree, what words would I add or what suffix would I add, class? ER or EST? ER, okay, or if I'm adding a word to the beginning, what would I use? More, okay, with superlative, what would I use, the word before? Most, okay, and then at the end of the word in superlative, EST, okay, so that's just double comparison there, avoid it. When comparing a person with a group number, what word are we adding in there? Do you guys remember? So for example, if you guys were on a team, okay, Bella is part of the volleyball team, okay, so Bella is the happiest person on the volleyball team. If you use the degree of comparison there, you can't compare herself to herself, right? So what would you add there in order to compare her to somebody or to the rest of the team, class? Any other or anyone else. So I would say Bella is the happiest person out of anyone else on the volleyball team, okay? Because if you just say Bella is happier than anyone on the volleyball team, can she be happier than herself, class? Yes or no? No, okay, so you have to say anyone else or anyone other. So that is when comparing a person with the group of which that person is a member. So a student, okay, you are a student. You are the smartest out of all the students, okay, or out of all the other students, okay? You wouldn't just say out of all students because you are a student, you can't outsmart yourself, right? So you have to say anyone other, okay? So make sure that you mark number 7. I think that one's going to get us confused a little bit. But you need to add other or else when you're comparing someone to a team or a group that they are a part of. Number 8, don't omit necessary words in a comparison. 7 and 8 is something I think that will get us a little bit confused. We talked about this with John. Remember John? So his sentence was today was the worst. Okay? The worst what? Okay? You have to add something in order to compare it. So today was the worst day ever. Okay? You just need to add something there to compare. You can't just leave it to, have us guess. For example, your project is the finest. Okay? The finest what? Okay? So your project is the finest of all I've ever seen. Okay? For another example, that steak was the choicest. Okay? Choicest of what? That steak was the choicest cut on the menu. Make sure you add something there so you can compare the steak to something else, okay? Or add 2 things. If you're using the comparative degree, add 1 thing, obviously, to compare 2 things. If you're using superlative degree, obviously, you need 3 or more things to compare it to, and you just need to add stuff to compare the item with. Number 9, pretty self-explanatory. This and that to modify singular nouns, these and those to modify plural. Fewer with items that can be counted, less with a quantity of a substance. So again, fewer can be counted. Fewer M&Ms, fewer Skittles, fewer grains of rice. It would take a long time to count rice, obviously, but you could still count the grains of rice. You would say less with liquids, like less milk, less water, less air. You can't count air, okay? So make sure that you use Fewer with items that can be counted, less with the quantity. And then number 11, don't use them as an adjective, use those instead. That's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, let's go over exercise. Did we already go over exercise A? Was that for homework? I can't remember. No, we did that in class, right? Exercise B was 1 through 10, correct? All right, let's go over that, okay? Exercise B, Mount Elbert is the most highest of all the peaks in the Rocky Mountains. Jasmine, what did you fix there? Crossed out most. Mount Elbert is the highest of all the peaks. Good. Number 1, this phone is more expensive than any phone in the shop. Andrew? Gosh, I'm so sorry. Aaron. Sorry? Okay, this phone is most expensive. Okay, but remember, is this phone part of a shop? It's not. It is. So what do we need to put there? If it's part of a group, can you compare it to itself? So what do we need to put there? Any other phone. Okay, remember you need to put those words there, other or else. This phone is the most expensive out of all the other phones or any other phone in the shop. Number 2, those are kinds of tablets are easy to use to take notes in class. Okay, those kinds. What do we use those with? Is that singular or plural, class? Okay. These and those are plural, but how do we, well, I guess, I don't know why it's putting these. Those would work because it is singular, or it is plural there. But your book says these kinds of tablets are easy to use, kind of indicating here, but those is fine as well. Number 2, Columbus's ships, the Pinta, had less men on it than the Santa Maria. Okay. Can we count men, class? Yes, you can. So what do we need to change? Less to fewer. The Columbus's ship, the Pinta, had fewer men on it than Santa Maria. Number 3, Brian's hitting is worser than his pitching. Natalie? Change worser to worse. Just keep worse. Good. Number 3, Death Valley is lower than all the land in the Western Hemisphere. Jason, what did you fix there? Okay. Same thing here. Death Valley is still part of the land. So what do we need to add there? All the is lower than all the. Sorry? I can't hear you. All the other land. Okay, same thing that Aaron had. Okay, all the other land in the Western Hemisphere. Can't compare it to itself. Number 4, this is the most expensivest computer available. Brianna? Expensive. Good. Number 4, these kinds of birds are also called ravens. I kind of also want to keep that there. Those and these are also used, obviously, with plural. So just mark that. Don't pay attention to that one. Number 5, Kathy's solo was as good as Tim. Okay. Tell me what is being compared here. John? The solo to what? In this sentence, what is it comparing to? Okay, well, it's being compared to Tim. We want it to be compared to Tim's solo, so what do we need to change? Tim to what? You just said it. Tim's solo, or Tim's, okay? Kathy's solo was as good as Tim's, or Tim's solo. Number 5, there are less players on an ice hockey team than on a field hockey team. Ari? Change less to fewer. Good. Number 6, wrestling is the most popular of the 2 sports. Okay. Kayla? If there's 2 things being compared, what degree of comparison do we use? Positive, comparative, or superlative? Sorry? Comparative. So with most, that's superlative. So what do we need to change most to? More. Wrestling is the more popular of the 2 sports. Good. Okay. For number 6, the diamond is the harder of all gems. Bella? Harder to hardest. Number 7, for those of you in the green book, some of these sentences can be correct. Her tone of voice was kinder than his. Class, is that correct or incorrect? What is it? Incorrect. What do we need to change if it is incorrect? Okay, it's kind of like number 5, okay? It's kind of leaving out the thing it's being compared, but it is still showing possession there, okay? So it'll be okay. You can put his voice, good, to further explain it, but this one would also be correct, but it is showing possession there. You can't just say, her tone of voice was kinder than him. Okay, that's the whole point here. You need to compare it to another voice. Okay, so either you can put correct there or you can add the word voice at the end. Number 8, Bailey's sore throat is worser today than it was yesterday. Okay, who has this one? Micah? Okay, so you would put worser to worse. Same thing, that was for number 7 in the blue book. Bailey's cold is worse than it was yesterday. Number 8, for those of you in the blue book, John Galsworthy is the most interesting of the 2 writers. Destiny? Good. Change most to more. Number 9, that wedding dress is the most beautiful. Okay, someone besides Brianna and Natalie. Chase, you want to give this one a shot? It is not correct. What is the wedding dress being compared to if it's most beautiful? Okay, so you need to put that there. Okay, that wedding dress is the most beautiful out of all the wedding dresses. Okay, so give it something to compare it to. That's what I mean when you need to add something that it needs to be compared to. You can't just leave it hanging. Okay, number 9, quality is the most touchingest of all his short stories. Talking about John Galsworthy. Jasmine? Okay, is the most touching of all his stories. And the number 10, he has less people on his team. Tyler? Is it? Can we count people? You can't? You can, so what would we use? Would I use fewer or less? Fewer, okay? He has fewer people on his team. Number 10, Moses was one of the most meekest men on earth. Joey, you want to give that one a shot? Okay. Moses was one of the most meek men on the earth, or you can take out most because meek is one syllable. Okay, so you can just say the meekest. All right, so that is using adjectives correctly. Go ahead and turn the page. Okay, for those of you in the green book, it's talking about reviewing compliments, and for those of you in the blue book, it's using exact and vivid adjectives. I don't think the green book has any of that. So for those of you in the blue book, go ahead and look at page 229. Just review, okay? Actually, give me 1 second here. Let me double check. Actually, we are done with our lesson today, so we'll go over that tomorrow. But make sure you guys remember that your test is on Wednesday. We will have a quiz on Friday over adjective uses. That'll help us for our test on, sorry, did I say Wednesday? Give me a second. Yes, Wednesday, okay? So adjective uses, that's our quiz. Make sure you turn in your worksheet. Make sure you turn in your vocab. Some of you guys really need the help with your grade right now, so I would turn in everything that you could, and don't forget, okay? We can't afford to forget, okay? So vocab today, worksheets that was due yesterday for those of you, Joey and Cody, turn that in tomorrow. Anybody else that was absent yesterday? Awesome. Okay, for those in distant learning, make sure you guys get that turned in as well. All right, and literature quiz tomorrow over the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Okay, you guys are actually, for those of you in class,
All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. Before we get started today, first of all, we will be in 8.7. Turn this up. Hello, testing. What in the world? Did someone mess with my settings again? Check. Testing. Test 1, 2. Hello. Please, don't do that. Be gentle, it'll work, I promise. Check, 1, 2. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're going to be talking about 8.7 today, but before we do that, we need to cover a couple of things. First of all, go ahead and, whoever the last one in, close the door. Second of all, alright, real quick, this will be the last time I announce these dates, so you all better pay attention. Tomorrow, you will have quiz 29 over 8.4 to 8.6. Again, that will be tomorrow. It will be quiz 24 over 8.4 to 8.6. On Tuesday, the 25th, you will have quiz 30 over 8.7. Quiz 30 will be over 8.7. Finally, on Wednesday and Thursday of next week, the 26th and 27th, you will have test 8, which will be over chapter 8. Okay? Huh? Yes, next Wednesday. Okay? You will have another chapter review before then. That will be assigned on Monday and due Tuesday, like normal. But today and Thursday, we need to cover a couple more things. Obviously, Friday will not have class because spring formal. All right? So, today we're going to learn about the 3 M's. And no, not the company that makes tape. 3M, Scotch tape. Anyone? Moving on. Tape. Tape. Scotch tape. Yeah, that company. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Works better without a mask. All right, so, anyway. 8.7, measures of center. Okay? These 3 measures, or the 3 M's, if you want to call them that, are really the critical pieces of statistics for summarizing a group of data. Well, what's data? Well, that is your remote not working because you're not in the right program. I was like on it too. All right, whatever. All right, data is any collection of facts or information. Statistics collects and studies data. Any statistic, plural, is a single number which attempts to summarize a collection of data. All right, does that make sense? So that's what we're going to be working with. One of the best ways to summarize and interpret data is by finding a middle or central data value. Statistics that represent a middle value for a set of data are called measures of center, which are what we're talking about today. The most common are the mean, median, and mode. There's a reason why I call them the 3 M's, because they're all M's. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you keywords that help you remember what to do with each of them. Okay? The first one we're going to talk about is the mean. Mean means average. Okay? That's what the word mean means. Mean means average. Y'all follow me? Y'all understand what mean means? I'm just seeing how many times I can throw that combo in there. All right. Mean means average, and an example of this is actually found in Scripture in Proverbs, where it talks about a wise man will not stand before mean men, he will stand before kings. Okay? The word mean men there is not talking about angry men. It's talking about average men. He will have trade with kings, not the common men, where there's more, so he'll get more money. That's what it's talking about. Okay? So that's what that verse is actually saying. It has nothing to do with he won't have to deal with angry customers. It's entirely, because that's just reality of retail. Okay, it's talking about he won't have to deal with the average person. He'll instead be dealing with the high-ups. Okay, that's what that verse is talking about. So mean means average. It has meant that long before mean has meant angry. Okay, it's an older usage of the English word. So mean means average. And the only reason why I go into the history of that word is because then it helps you stick in your brain what you're supposed to do. To average something, you add up everything and divide it by the number. Okay? By the number of things. So example 8.7a, we have these 5 values. Okay? So when we add up all 5 of these values, 59 plus 72 plus 46 plus 50 plus 83, we get 310. You could easily use a calculator to do that now that they're allowed because statistics. Okay? So that's why I allow a calculator, because I'm not sitting here and adding together 5 numbers. No, just no. Okay, I can, I don't want to. All right, so fair enough. All right, now there were 5 games, so what am I going to divide by? 5. So 5 goes into 310, 5 goes into 36 times. So 62. That's the average score. I could, but it's really easy to do long division if you're quick at it. What? There is no remainder. What are you talking about? I just didn't write this. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Anyway, does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. All right, so 62 is their average. That is their mean score. Okay? There is a problem with mean, though. And no, it's not people being angry. No, I'm just kidding. There is a problem with mean, and that is it's very susceptible to outliers. Okay? And you probably have no idea what I just said. An outlier is a data value that is far above or below the rest of the data. Okay? The book talks about pumpkins, whatever. Personally, I like the example of housing. Okay? Your housing might have anywhere from, okay, this is California, so these numbers are going to be inflated. Okay, but you might have anywhere from your more common house being around $250,000 to $500,000. Okay? That would probably be the range of values you would expect to see in this area. Okay? It's a very large range, but it's about where things sit. But all you need is one rich guy in the area to have a $3 million home, and that's going to skew your data. And if you average that $3 million in with those other things, your average might exist outside the normal or the regular amount of data. Okay? It's going to really skew your results. Does that make sense? It's kind of like if you consistently get A's and B's throughout the year and then suddenly get a 0. And it's going to just tank your average. Even though it's not necessarily representative of your results, it's how we calculate grades, for better or for worse. It's susceptible to outliers. Does that make sense? Or sensitive to outliers. So we have an alternate form of finding the middle, that in order to use it, we need to get the data ranked. Okay? Ranked means it's a list of data values listed in order from least to greatest. Okay? It just means we put the numbers in order. That's all the word ranked means. But you're going to see ranked data a lot on quizzes and tests, and it's an excellent quiz and test question, so you should probably know what the word ranked means. Okay? You with me? All right, so let's take the same example as before. So in order to avoid that susceptibility to one person like just skewing the entire average, or one grade is skewing the entire average, we can use something called the median. Median means middle. Okay, you're on a highway, right? The thing down the middle is called what? The median. Who called it the guide? Seriously. Oh, the divide? I have never heard it called. Okay, anyway, it's called the median. All right, it's called the median, that big concrete wall down the center of the highway. Yes, it's called the median. Seriously, okay. This works better if you all know what I'm talking about. All right, so, we good though? You all know what I'm talking about though? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that usually in the dead center of the freeway? Regardless of how much traffic is going either way, that median does not move. There's exactly a certain number of lanes on either side, and there's a median in the middle. Typically, the number of lanes on each side is the same. There are exceptions because California. All right, does that make sense? Okay, so to find the median, you find the middle number. Easy enough? Okay, now there is a possibility of the middle number not landing on a number. And I know that sounds dumb, but give me a second, okay? If there's an odd number of data values, you just find the middle value, you circle it, and you're done. If there's an even number of data values, your middle number will actually be right in between two numbers. So then we just average those two. Okay? It's better explained with an example. So back to the Warriors game. The first step, okay, you cannot apply the median until you have ranked the data. What does ranked mean? Putting it in order. So what is my lowest number? 46, definitely lower than 50, guys. All right, then we have 50, 59, 72, whoops, I have no idea what just happened there, and 83, okay? What's the middle number? That's our median, okay? That's kind of the point. Yeah, okay, anyway. Now, for the following data values, all right, this is where you kind of have to do all things decently and in order, okay? So here we go. What's the lowest number? 7. Okay, and then I'm going to cross it out, and I only do that for the sake of making sure I get them all. Okay. All right, then we have 9. Okay, double checking. Yep, 14 is the least, so we'll go there. 17. Yeah, so we get 27 twice, so we include it twice. That's not a problem. $32 would be next. Then 43. Whoops. 55. Oh, rip. Okay, hold on. I need to get an eraser. Nope. If I do that, it'll erase all the ink. Let's see here. How do I go back to pen? I don't remember. All right. So 32, we did that one. Now we're on 43. I'm just keeping track of which ones I've used. 53. 92. Sorry, that got squished. And 99. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to hop out of the way here on stream. As soon as I can find the cursor. There we go. Okay. So what's going to happen then is we're going to kind of count how many there are. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What's half of 12? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right here is going to be the median. You have 6 on each side. Does that make sense? Great. So what we do is we take this 27 and 28, okay, and find halfway in between there, which is 27.5. Okay, if you ever can't just look at it and figure it out, you just average the two. So you add them up and divide by 2. Okay, does that make sense? So the median then is 27.5. All right, does that make sense? Okay, that's only what if you lands right in between the two numbers. Yes? What? Can you guys make sure those windows are closed? Because that's like real loud. I can't hear you. That's what just happened. Oh, that was the first example. That was the top. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you. It's fine. All right, anyway. All right, so that's 2 out of 3. All right, we got the mean, which means? Average. Mean means average. All right, mean means? Then we have median, which means? Cool. Now we have mode. All right, mode means most. Now, there is the option of no mode, okay? There could be something that there could just be no repetition. That's fine. But this is useful in events where you don't necessarily have numerical data. So, for example, like flavors of ice cream, okay? Strawberry is not a number, okay? You can't average strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. Like, you can't do that. That's not a thing. All right, so, but we could find which one is most frequent, okay? And so you can think of it this way. It's the most frequent. So no mode is an option. So let's go ahead and do example C here with these data values. So first of all, it still has to be ranked, okay? Or at least it's a lot easier if it's ranked. All right, so let's go ahead. What's my lowest number? Okay, and we have it twice, so we'll include it twice. All right, 31 is there, so we'll use that. Then we have 32. All right, then 33. No 34, there is a 35 though. Oh, I can come back on screen. It will not let me move the mouse if my pen is over the screen. All right. Then we have 36. We have 36. We have 38, 38, and 38, and 39. All right, which one occurs the most? 38. 38 is your mode. That's it. It's just whatever happens the most often. If there's a tie, you can include both numbers. If there's more than 2 ties, you consider it to have no mode. Okay, does that make sense? Once it hits a 3-way tie, we stop looking at it as really being statistically significant for the sake of this class. Okay? I'm just saying for this class to cover any issues. All right. Now, the mode is useful for finding the center of categorical data. Consider trying to find the mean and median for the list of favorite flavors of ice cream below. okay, on page 404. Since strawberry chocolate and vanilla have no numerical value, it is not possible to find a mean or a median. However, it's fairly easy to count and determine which choice occurred most, the mode. Now we can do something called a dot plot, where instead of rewriting all the numbers, we just kind of put a dot everywhere there's a number, and then we can count the dots. Or you could use tallies. Okay, it's all the same idea. All right. So they have one there on that page representing the flavors of ice cream. We could do it with a number of times in seconds. And the advantage of using a dot plot like this is it allows us to kind of see a graph without actually having to graph anything. Okay. And so we can kind of see that most of the data is after 57, even though 57 is the mode. Okay. And so we can see that typically we can expect him to do 57 or better. The other ones can just be his off days. Does that make sense? So it's very important when you're doing a time trial or something like that to have data like this, to where you can look at, okay, not just what is my average, not just what is my middle, what can I reasonably expect to reproduce, okay? And here we can see 57 and up, okay? 56 and below basically looks like it could be things like where he starts wrong, or, this is a runner, by the way, where he starts wrong, where he stumbles at the beginning, okay? Anything like that, you know, maybe trips at some point, but is still able to recover. That would be kind of what we would expect. I'm sorry, I wrote that, or I said that the wrong way. Moving on. All right, so 59 seconds or better. I'm sorry. Anyway, moving on. Here we go. Oh, whoops. Oh, I never included that. Summary of the measures of center. Okay, we have mean, which means? Average. Yes, mean means mean. Good job. Mean means average. Okay, what does median mean? Middle. What does mode mean? Do you all understand the differences? Pretty straightforward? Cool. Homework. Do it. Homework 8.7 all. Okay. Again, remember that no mode is possible. Okay, so just with that. Remember that outliers is anything well above or below the rest of the data. Okay, so you'll be asked to circle that at some point. What? An outlier is, again, something well above or below the data. So if everything else is in the 20s and say you have a 5, that would be an outlier. Does that make sense? Or if like everything else is in, say, the 10s and 20s and you get something in the 80s, that would be an outlier. Does that make sense? Basically anything that's really skewed. For example, a straight A student suddenly getting a 0. Okay, or even an average student, suddenly getting a 0. Okay, that would be an outlier. All right, also, remember, you guys have quiz 29 tomorrow, which is over 8.4 through 8.6. It will not include this material. This material will be quizzed next Wednesday, because that's just how the schedule landed. All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later. Yes? Yep.
All right, welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Tyler, hurry up, find your seat. Take your last shot, find your seat. Break for days. All right, go sit down. Okay, everyone else pull out your notes. Shh. Destiny, we're not going through the same thing as we did yesterday. Okay, so raise your hand. Tell me, I'll get you one. I have a pen for you. Huh? It's a nice pen. You can even have your choice. This one or this one. Huh? No, you guys have your own pens. Yeah, you do. Check your backpack. You have a pen right there. All right, we're going to get started. Okay, anyone else need anything before I start? Yeah, we're about to. Okay, we're going to pray first. Any prayer requests today? Obviously, continue praying for that unspoken for the spring formal. It should work out whether or not. Like, I think we're starting class. What do you need? All right. I think it's going to work out either way. I just don't know which way it's going to go, but I think we're good. I think God answered my prayer. Hopefully you're praying for it. It is this Friday, dude. Hopefully you remember that since, you know, you kind of are going with someone. You should be planned for that. Yeah. All right. Shh. Anyone have any other prayer requests? Unspoken for Jaden. Shh. Everyone quiet. Unspoken for Cody and Destiny. Brianna. Unspoken as well. So we got Destiny, Jaden, Cody, Brianna, John, your dog. Pray for John's dog still. Micah. Unspoken as well. Okay, so that's a lot unspoken. So everyone listen up, because if I call on you to pray, you need to know. Destiny, Jaden, Micah, Cody, and Brianna all have unspokens. Okay, pray for John's dog. Still waiting for the test results, right? Okay, hopefully that comes back. He doesn't have any problems. Don't do that. Certainly not with my pen, or else I'll take my pen away. Okay, and then continue praying for spring formal. Should be a fun day. We get out of school at like 11 o'clock. 11, right? So you won't even have this class Friday. Okay, you won't even have this class Friday. Okay, you'll have to be back here right at 2, right? 2 o'clock? Yes, 3 hours, Jasmine. Do you really need 3 hours to go home and get ready? Yes. You do not need 3 hours. You do not need 3 hours. No, you don't. You maybe need like an hour to get ready. An hour to get ready? No way. Then you don't know how to do it correctly. You need help then. There you go. It's okay though. It's okay. Shh. So pray for that. Hopefully, I know all of you ladies will look great. Gentlemen, do your best. Okay, we'll have a good time. I'm kidding. You'll look great, Cody. You'll look great. Okay? You'll look great. All right, we'll pray for that. Would anyone like to pray for us today, or must I call on someone? Would anyone like to volunteer so we can just get right into class, or do I need to call on someone? All right, I'm going to pick on the person that's slouching, head in the table, not paying attention, trying to ignore everything going on. Aaron, man, dude. Look at, you're paying attention, you're alert, you're watching. Aaron, could you pray for us today? Do you need me to go through all the prayer requests? All right, Destiny, Jaden, Cody, Micah, and Brianna all have unspoken, so that's easy. Just their names and unspoken. Destiny. Yep, just say their names and unspoken. Sure, dude. Whatever works for you. God knows. God knows. Okay, John's dog, and then spring formal. And then we have a quiz tomorrow, so you might want to pray for that too. All right. Can you pray for our day and pray for class, and then we'll get started? Thanks. Thanks, Aaron. Shh. Wow, so enthusiastic. Thank you, Aaron. Hopefully you meant it from the heart. That's all that really matters. Doesn't matter how you sound. It matters what you mean. Shh. Remember, it doesn't matter what you sound like. It matters what you mean right here. All right. So as long as he meant it, that's all that matters. Okay, we are going to get started with the notes today. So let me pull them up. Did someone have a question? Someone was saying something?
You'll have to take the quiz tomorrow.
Yes, because you're going to be here for a review.
I'm actually leaving right after this class, so...
But we're reviewing in this class, so look at that.
Well, I have to leave right now. I have a doctor's
Okay,
appointment.
who are these people?
I hope you go blind.
I hope you die. But that was too far, I take that back.
No, it's not. It's for the new jerseys for basketball. All right. Shh. Which note did we leave off on? 57. Okay, we have about 10 notes or 12 notes today. So let's try to get through them quickly and we will be done. Sorry, Joey, it's not the one you left off on. 56, you guys said? 57, right? So that means, yes, you weren't here yesterday, so that means you missed some notes. Where's the clicker? All right, shh. We were cranking them yesterday, dude. We were cranking them. All right, we're going to get through these notes quickly. Again, just continuing on in this French, basically mess. You could just call it a big mess. Okay, between leadership, revolutions. We're gonna be getting into soon here more revolutions. Obviously, in the future, we're going to be talking about Napoleon, which is probably when you guys will enjoy it. Maybe listen a little bit more. Maybe have a video on it sometime about it. Okay, but we're going to continue with what we're talking about. Okay, the bourgeoisie of the Third Estate managed to get itself exempted from most taxes.
I can't find it.
You should already be ready. I've been talking long enough.
No, you haven't.
Okay, what is the bourgeoisie? What is that?
Something.
It's in the notes. What was that?
Noble.
Okay, and
Oh, rich people. High class. Oh, French middle class.
there we go. Not high class. Okay, it is. Shh. No one's talking right now. Jasmine, Cheyenne. Shh. Talk later. Okay. Okay, the bourgeoisie. Remember this. Cody Ball. You shouldn't have it. Should be up here. I told John that. Okay, it is the middle class, Cody. We were quiet yesterday. We don't want you to ruin that. So shh. Okay. It is the middle class. So we see them being part of the Third Estate. What does the Third Estate consist of? We talked about yesterday. Remember, the First Estate is the clergy, which is what?
Fancy.
Like the religious leaders, basically, you could say. Second Estate is what? Okay, nobility. Third Estate, middle class and peasants. What do you need? All right, grab it quick. Okay, you'll need to know those. I promise, whether on a test or quiz, you'll need to know those estates. Okay, so we see the Third Estate, or the bourgeoisie, managed to get itself exempted from these taxes. Remember, we talked about, up to this point in the French government, okay, who were taxed the most? The peasants, or the middle class, or the bourgeoisie, the Third Estate. Okay, they were taxed the most. They made up how much percent of the population of France? Yes, 80. The Third Estate made up 80%. Okay, they owned about 30% of the land. We talked about that yesterday. Destiny, Jaden, please stop. What is this not working today?
It just doesn't like you.
Ooh, one too many. Alright, give me a second. I gotta do it by hand. I know, John. Okay, moving on to financial problems of the French government and the refusal of nobles to pay taxes. So if you have the Third Estate or the middle class and peasants being now exempt from taxes, the nobility denied even paying taxes. John, what did I say about this? To not touch it. Okay, we see that they refused to pay taxes, which forced Louis XVI to call the Estates General to attendance. Okay, this is going to be the first time the Estates General, or remember their kind of form of government, was called in about 170 years. Okay, that means people haven't been helping or ruling. Remember, who's been ruling France throughout this time? Okay, I mean, yes, but just the king. Okay, the king or the absolute monarch. Okay, what was this dark time called? Age of Enlightenment. We talked about this yesterday. Sorry, gentlemen. Some of you could be lost. Cody, put it away, or else I'll take it back. And take the hat off, please. I gotta use my hand, sorry. Okay, the first stage of the French Revolution, because of all this stuff going on, was initiated by the nobility when they forced the king to call the Estates General. Okay, can you imagine this? Okay, the Third Estate, the middle class and peasants have been taxed this whole time. Okay, they've been being taxed heavily this whole time. Nobility weren't really being taxed. Okay, then nobles are going to be taxed, and what do? Okay, they revolt. They get angry, okay, because things are becoming fair, and they're like, what is going on? Okay, why am I being mistreated, even though the other 80% of the population were being mistreated the whole time? Okay, they expected to control the Estates General and to regain power that they had lost to the king. Okay, again, absolute monarchy took away power from the nobles, okay, from the wealthier people. Okay, so the wealthier people are like, hey, let's take away the power from the king. Chill back there, girl. Okay, takes away the power, wants to take away the power of the king. Shh. What? What? Are you okay? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Cody, what did I say? We miss you, but we did not miss your volume. We did not miss your volume. Okay, so we see again, they're basically trying to use the Estates General or their form of government to take away power from the king. Okay, well maybe you shouldn't have been laughing and writing down. It's up there? Come on, guys. If Jose's done, you should all be done. Isn't that right, Jose? Ooh, wrong way. Okay. The Third Estate, because of this, the Third Estate, which is what group of people, the Third Estate? Peasants. I've said it so many times now. Middle class and peasants, okay? The bottom of the barrel. Okay, this is the Third Estate. Soon became the most powerful force in assembly. Why do you think they're going to become the most powerful force in assembly? Okay, just like the Golden State Warriors theme. Okay, strength in numbers. Okay, they had 80% of the population, so this is what gave them their strength. Okay, the Third Estate included, at this point, it even grew more, 98% of the French population. Okay, at this time, when they're about to revolt, okay, basically almost everyone was part of this middle and peasant class. John, put your backpack down, and whatever's in your hands, put it away before I take it away. And we'll go with this one. Jaden, put the paper away. You don't need it right now. Make it later. Okay, because this is the second stage of the French Revolution, so the first stage, again, is the Third Estate rising in power, okay, which is the peasants and middle class. Okay, then the second stage of the French Revolution began when the Estates General met at Versailles and refused to vote by estates. Finally, a few priests from the First Estate joined the Third, who then declared itself the National Assembly. Okay, so if we have priests, what would priests usually be part of? What estate? Priests would be in which estate? The First, okay, they would be in clergy. Okay, so priests would be part of the First Estate. Okay, we already see the rise of the Third Estate, the middle and peasants. Okay, that's what kind of started the revolution, made up 98%. Now, not only is it the middle class and peasants, the Third Estate, they're also getting a lot of the priests, the clergy, the First Estate, okay, to join them in what is going to be called the National Assembly. I'm going to go with this one. Okay, what is the National Assembly? It is the new official representative body of all the people of France. Okay, what was it used to be called? What was the form of government? Estates General. Okay, basically they abolished that because who was trying to use the Estates General for their power? No. Who was trying to use the Estates General for their power? There you go, nobility, which is called the... I told you need to know it. Okay, yeah, I mean that, but the states. First Estate, Second Estate, Third Estate. Nobility is Second Estate. First Estate is clergy. Second Estate is nobles. There, okay. Okay, so we know, we just talked about the Second Estate, or the nobles, used the Estates General to try to take away the absolute monarchy power of the king. Okay, because that was taken away, the king's power is now taken away a little bit. The Estates General was basically abolished because of the revolution of the Third Estate and the priests joining them. Now we have the National Assembly. This is the new official representative body of the people of France. Okay, this is basically going to be their form of government for a little while. They change a lot. Okay, the tennis court oath. This is taken by the National Assembly in an indoor tennis court, if you can't notice by the picture. Okay, it was its actual tennis court back in the day. Okay, this is where a lot of people met, took their votes. Okay, at this tennis court oath, they vowed. Okay, an oath. Okay, they're vowing. They're making a promise. They vowed to continue meeting until a national constitution had been written. Basically, this middle and peasant class and the priests, the clergy, kind of joined them a little bit. Not all of them, but most of them. Okay, they basically all came together and said, hey, we need to figure out how to rule and govern our country and then write it down. Okay, we've seen this happen maybe in other countries. Okay, we need to write it down so we won't have another king that can come and just rule everything. We need to write down some laws. Okay, so that's what they're going to do. Soon, most of the clergy as well as a few nobles had joined the National Assembly. So we see the National Assembly growing. Again, strength in numbers. Maybe some of the nobles are like, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Okay, so they're joining the National Assembly. Most of the population of France at this time is going to be part of the National Assembly. And again, they're trying to make these laws for the people. Okay, writing them down. Everyone go with this note? Thank you, Jezreel, for at least being on the stream. He stated, wow, I'm the only one here. Which, I'm not sure if that's true anymore. It says 0 viewers. It might have been true a couple minutes ago. Okay, the third stage of the French Revolution. The first stage was what? The rise of the peasants, or the third estate. Shh. Okay, the first stage. Okay, so if you have an essay, explain to me the 3 stages of the French Revolution, the first French Revolution. You could say first stage, peasants revolted. I'm explaining it to you easily. Okay, peasants revolted. Second stage was what? What was second stage?
The nobles didn't like taxes.
Okay, that was part of the first one. The first one was the nobles. They went to get the States General. The peasants kind of grew. Okay, the second part was what? We just listed it. Who joined the peasants?
The States General.
Priests. Okay, the priests, or you could say the first estate kind of joined them. Now the third stage of the French Revolution occurred when Louis XVI's advisors convinced the king that the National Assembly threatened his dignity and authority. At the end of June, the king summoned about 18,000 troops to Versailles, or the Palace of Versailles, possibly intending to disband the National Assembly by force. Basically, this group, okay, is threatening the king's power. Do you think the king liked that? No, he said, I rule all. Okay, so because of this, he's like, hey, I'm just going to gain an army, and I'm just going to scare them, make them scatter. Okay, they don't really have any strength other than just having a high population, so I'm just going to scare them. At least that's what he thinks. Everyone good with this one?
No.
Wait.
Don't say no if you're done.
No, I'm sure it's like.
Then write. Stop eating or whatever you're doing, and write.
Oh, there's 2. 6, 4. Oh, wait, what?
It's probably continued. Put it away. Stop touching it. Everyone good now? All right, moving on. Okay, with this, the revolution entered the stage of mass revolution. So basically, it went from a revolution to like a countrywide revolution. It just grew. When the common people below the bourgeoisie began to rise. Okay, so not only the bourgeoisie, but now just everyone is joining this revolution against the king because he's threatening everyone in their lives. Just a few more, dude. I said like,
A few more is.
huh? The 3 stages of the revolution.
Yeah, the first stage, you said that the peasants revolted.
That was part of it.
And then now it's the third stage. How is the third stage? They revolted.
It's a revolution. They're all stages of the revolution. So they're just continuously revolting. Yeah, dude. What's up? I said about 10 to 12.
You said 10 to 15.
We started on 56. So there you go. Okay, as the revolution progressed, that's still not 10. If we started on 56, I said 10 to 12, that's at least 66. At least. At least. There you go. Do math, man. I know you've been out of school for a few days. Oh, no, you said one more before. It's okay, though. Okay, as the revolution progressed, rumor of the king's plans to use force against the people's representatives at Versailles, panic was added to hope. Okay, so people had hope. Okay, they're like, man, we're going to get free. We're going to be able to run our government. Okay, we're going to be able to establish this constitution. Okay, but now they're kind of panicking. They're like, oh, man, like, we want this, we hope, but I don't want to really die. Okay, they're panicking. Okay, economic conditions because of this drastically worsened as a result. Okay, so a lot of work, okay, people's jobs were canceled. A lot of people's farms are going to be destroyed because of this revolution. Okay, because there's a lot of people, whether in cities or going through country land. Everyone go with this one? Yeah, dude, it's a long chapter. That's why it's the last chapter we're doing. No, we don't have time for another chapter. I don't know. Everyone good now? 3, 2.
2.5. 1. 1.5.
All right, moving on. Okay, which brings us to the next person we need to know. Mary, if I say it wrong, I'm sorry. Antoinette. Antoinette. Or you're right, Marie Antoinette. That's what I just said. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Okay, but this was Louis the all you need to know is this was Louis the 16th's wife. Okay, man, maybe to them, who knows? French women, you know. Shh. Okay, this was the wife of Louis the 16th. Yes, not that hottie though, Joey. Okay, it's a different vocabulary word. Exactly. That's why it's not that kind of hottie, you weirdo. And we'll go with this one. Okay, I said 10 to 12. Okay, this would be 11. Okay, Bastille. Okay, this was an old castle stronghold used primarily as a prison in 1789. On July 14th of that year, okay, the same year, 1789, the people of Paris stormed this castle, okay, of Bastille to free the people in prison for opposing the old regime. Basically, this was a castle, like I said, kind of like a prison that they would hold people that basically went against the king. Okay, they went against the king. The king believed in absolute monarchism or monarchy. Okay, and they would have to obey him. If they didn't, okay, they were in prison here. So because of this, this revolution grew, and they stormed this castle. Okay, and freed all the people that were opposing the old regime. Were some criminals that shouldn't have been released, probably. Okay, but they saved a lot of people that they deemed innocent. Okay, probably our last note for today. Everyone good with this one?
Wait, that's a trick question. 67 has multiple.
It's still our last one. Okay, with this kind of storming of the castle of Bastille, okay, these things happen. First, troops killed 98 people, okay, in kind of defending their castle, not allowing anyone to break in. Okay, just like a prison, if you try to break in, you're probably gonna be shot by a rubber bullet, or possibly killed. You can't just break into prisons or break out of them. Sorry. Okay, but troops killed 98 people. In retaliation, several government officials were murdered. Their heads were cut off, put on poles, and paraded through the city. Okay, once they kind of got all the way in, they killed the people in leadership, basically, you can just say that. When the king was informed, he said this, quote, "This is a revolt." I mean, it was a revolt way before this, okay, but this is the moment where he's like, all right, this is a revolt. And the messenger replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." Okay, again, the people are trying to gain their freedom, okay, but the king wanting to be the absolute monarch, he's like, hey, this is a revolt. You're going against your country and your king. They're like, we don't care about you. No, this is a revolution. Okay, this is we want to get rid of you. We don't want you anymore. Okay, basically that is what it was saying. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. That will be the end of the notes for you guys today. Okay, again, we had homework last night.
So we don't have homework tonight, right?
We may not have homework, but
Alert.
We won't have homework, but we have classwork.
nope.
What?
We have a quiz.
I can't take it.
No, not today, John. Yes, you are, because we're studying right now. Okay, we talked about everything except one more thing, but that was from the homework. Actually, no, I think we talked about everything on this. That's why I was trying to get through all of it. Okay, we just talked about the last thing, so you guys should be ready for this. Easy money. All right, this quiz, so write it down. Yes, I said easy money for Bella, who laughed at me, and Jasmine. All right, pull out a piece of paper, write it down. There's no reason you guys should fail. We're getting to the end of the year. You want to do the best you can in all your homework, in all your quizzes, on our final or last test, whatever I decide to do, whether we do a test and final or just one final for you guys. Depends how nice you guys are to me, is how nice I'll be to you.
We hate you.
Well, there you go. 2 tests it is.
Cody.
I'm just kidding. We'll see. I think I already know what I'm going to do, but we'll see. All right. One section on this quiz, the main section. There's going to be 5 things. It's going to be matching. Remember, I told you you have to know 3 kings. What 3 kings? Shh, everyone listen. What were the 3 kings I said you need to know? They all have Louis. So 14th, 15th, and who have we been talking about? The 16th. You need to know those 3 kings and what they did, just briefly. Okay, Louis the 14th, 15th, and 16th. 3 of them. 14th was the one that ruled for 70 years. Louis the 14th. Okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to give you a few questions. I'm not going to give you all the ones that are on the quiz. Okay, it is over. If I didn't say this already, it's over 18.2. So Cody and John, I expect you to ace this quiz since you're paying attention so well. I don't think your mom would like to know that you weren't paying attention. If you fail the quiz, I'll definitely tell her that, because that is on you. Okay, this quiz is over 18.2 and 18.3. If you guys use the book to help you study, Jaden, put it away. Write down some study information. Don't waste your time. Okay, be a good steward of your time. Yes, sir. 18.2 and 18.3. You need to know King Louis the 14th, 15th, and 16th. Stuff like this. It's going to ask a question like this. Okay, out of those 3 Louis, okay, you all know they're Louis, I told you, okay, ahead of time. You're not going to get the quiz and be like, oh, I don't know Louis because I didn't study them. Okay, we talked about one of the Louis was known as after me, or he quoted, after me the deluge. Which one was that?
15.
I heard a couple different numbers.
16.
Shh. All right, who says 15? Who says 16? Okay, how are you all going to vote on the same, but you're saying different numbers out loud? That doesn't even make any sense. It is the 15th. Jose was correct. That's the first person I heard say it. Okay, shh. Remember 15? John, stop messing with blinds. Remember 15 was known as a weak king. Okay, but he said, because he already saw that he was the one that saw that the old regime was falling. Remember, he's the one that we said, sorry, you would have missed this. This was yesterday. Okay, he's the one that said, that I said that he just did everything to please himself. Remember we talked about that? He did self-pleasurement. Okay, all that kind of stuff. Okay, but he said at his deathbed, after me, the deluge.
She just said it. After me, my deluge.
Okay, which King Louis was known as the Sun King? It was his emblem that he ran about with.
14.
Louis the 14th. That one should be easy. Let's see. I'm trying to ask at least one for each guy. Who is known as the Sun King? Louis the 14th. Some of them are used twice. I will tell you this. 2 of them are used twice, and 1 of them is used once.
That's rigged.
Okay, last one I'm going to ask on here. Again, there's 5 of them. Which King Louis was king during the French Revolution?
16.
That should be easy. We talked about it today. It's not the 14th. We're talking about it right now. Okay, King Louis the 16th. He was the king during the French Revolution. No. That's just the first half of the quiz. You just need to know the 3 things. 10. There's always 10 questions, guys. No, I said I'm not saying all 5 of them. Those kings cover 5 questions. Yes, sir. Yes, XVI. 14 is XIV. 15 is XB. All right, and then there are some short answer questions I'm going to ask. I think the more difficult ones, you guys will need to just review the notes in the book over 18.2 and 18.3. Okay, this is a little trickier question. What treaty did Louis XIV sign that established the existing state of things before the War of the League of Augsburg? I'll repeat it. I know it's a long question. What treaty did Louis XIV sign that established the existing state of things
Was it 16?
before
14.
the War of the League of Augsburg?
Treaty of Paris.
Does anyone need me to repeat that one more time? Okay, I'll say it one more time, so listen up. What treaty did Louis XIV, XIV, sign that established the existing state of things before the War of the League of Augsburg? Chase?
Treaty of Ryswick.
You're close. Ryswick. Okay, Ryswick. R-Y-W-I-C-K. Or R-I-S-W-I-C-K, sorry. R-Y. Y. Ryswick. Treaty of Ryswick. Okay, that's a little hard, a little more difficult one. Okay, that was in the notes. We covered it already. Okay, another question. That one's easy. That one should be easy. I'll ask this one. What group declared itself as the official representative body? Official representative body of all the people of France. We talked about today. Someone else other than Chase. What group declared itself as the official representative body of all the people of France? We talked about that today. What is it? Micah. National Assembly is correct. National Assembly. What group declared itself as the official representative body of all the people of France? Okay, I'm going to ask one more question. I think this one should be really easy. The rest of them are pretty easy. Okay, we talked about this one today as well. What castle, stronghold, was stormed by the people of Paris on July 14th, 1789? July 14th, 1789. What castle, stronghold, was stormed by the people of Paris, or Paris, on July 14th, 1789? It's the one we talked about today. It's literally like one of the last notes. Bastille. Okay, Bastille. Bastille. Again, there are 10... What? July 14th, 1789. Okay, again, that is not the whole quiz. You still need to do some review on your own, but those are probably the tougher questions. There's going to be a couple really easy ones from 18.2 and 18.3. Bastille. Bastille. I just said it, so you need to listen. Bastille. Bastille. All right, are there any questions? I won't give you guys any additional homework. All we'll have is our quiz tomorrow. Be ready for that. Yes, sir. Can you take it tomorrow? Yeah, we're taking it tomorrow.
Yes, you should let me and Joey.
I'll think about it. But it's not covering a ton of notes.
Yeah, it is. I only have one thing on it.
So you got to get notes from someone else.
Exactly. So take it over.
I'll think about it. Yes. All right, guys, there's just a couple more minutes. While you're waiting, you can either study, okay, or you can help clean up your areas, since I see water bottles, wrappers, and everything everywhere. Aaron, Elias, Brianna, I don't know if it's yours, but there's a bottle in front of you. It's probably not. It's probably John's or someone's. Joey, I see a bottle cap by your chair. Cody, if you could just go through Joey's aisle, there's like 3 big things. There's like a bottle cap, a bottle, and a piece of paper. Thanks, Cody. All right, Jezreel, let me know if you have any questions. Again, we have that quiz tomorrow. I'll send that to you either tonight or tomorrow before class, or during class. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow.
transcript was gonna